I have a mod installed so that I don't have to stick with whatever I pick here. I have a few mods installed because this game's kind of buggy, but I'm not doing anything too super cheaty, just like turning off basically a part of the game that I don't really care for that takes up way more time than it should, um, because I've done it before, and also cosmetic stuff. That's pretty much it. So Pathfinder is a tabletop RPG, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. Um, and they have adventure paths, kind of like pre-built adventures. And this game developer, Owlcat, has made two games based on two of the adventure paths. They made Kingmaker, which was 2018, I believe, and then this one, which is Wrath of the Righteous, which was 2021. All of the story stuff is going to be told and explained over the course of the thing. Um, but yeah, so it's basically kind of like D&D or something. Well, it's Pathfinder, not D&D, but it's that principle. So I'm just doing like my character sheet right now. But yeah, kind of been obsessed with it lately. I've been playing it a lot. And there are multiple paths you can take, like broad story paths you can take, obviously. But the major ones are named, and I have played through three of them. And I'm interested in like three more, but I don't want to like burn myself out completely. So this path is going to be the one that is like supposed to be the most most default, I guess. It's the one that you're like most likely to kind of do. It's the one that fits the best in the story, supposedly. So I'm going to do that. It's very good. Um, it's got a lot of bugs, but it's very good. Um, I've enjoyed it quite a bit. So see if the volume's going to be okay here.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
Nope, it's not going to be okay. All right.
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't she be carted off somewhere else like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Make room, everyone! Step back! Now, what's the matter? What happened to her? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to her?
Demons, Prelate. We found her barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right. We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take her weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. She can get her things back after the festival. O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal her wounds.
Iomade, also known as the Inheritor, Light of the Sword, and Lady of Valor, is the goddess of righteous valor, justice, and honor. Having served as Eridan's herald, she inherited many of the last Aslante's followers upon his death and continues to espouse the ideas of honor and righteousness in the defense of good and the battle against evil. Get water, please.
You will have water as soon as we heal your wounds. My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there! Yes, you! Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev!
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late! Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
I'm a crusader. I came to fight demons.
Oh, Iomade saved me from green recruits. They come without planning, without preparation, and they die before they even see their first real battle. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at the utter waste of it all.
My dear Prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor woman. She has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of her.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that, so I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed she was wounded near Canabris. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of the city.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
Thank you for helping me.
I accept your thanks. But my work is not yet done.
Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
Are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
Yeah, I made you a mod because you're here frequently and I know I can trust you, but, like, that also means don't abuse the privilege. Just because a lot of the old mods aren't around much anymore whenever I stream, so it's mainly to, like, ban bots if bots pop up. That's about it. What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Demons are malign and destructive creatures native to the outer sphere plane known as the Abyss. Demons exist for one reason, to destroy. Where their more lawful counterparts, the devils of hell, seek to twist mortal minds and values to remake and reshape them into reflections of their own evil, demons seek only to maim, ruin, and feed. They recruit mortal life only if such cohorts speed along the eventual destruction of hope and goodness. Death is in some ways their enemy, for a mortal who dies can often escape a demon's depredations and flee to their just reward in the afterlife. It is the prolonging of mortal pain and suffering that fuels a demon's lusts and desires, for it is partially from mortal sin and cruelty that these monstrous fiends were born.
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return.
Oh no, my pain will
But
return.
do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabras. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Sample the special festival drink. Ah yes, the special drink. If the volume is bad, let me know so I can adjust it, because I've had to make audio changes on my system and things are a little buggy. I can already see my mic is a little bit too loud. Hello, you're named. Grubby peasants and their grubby diversions. Why did I even bother coming? Horgascorm. Yes, yes. Happy City Day. And now step away, please. I do not wish for Horgascorm to be seen next to you. Pop that open a bit more so it's more readable. Ember. Happy City Day, good people. A spare coin for a hungry belly. Dayran. They call it a celebration. This is but a paltry imitation of what goes on in my mansion on a dull toil day evening. And Nevia. Everybody's letting their hair down. Everybody's drinking, having a good time, but the demon's spies never let up, so that means no fun for me. Sela. How are you? Did Terendelev help you? Jenna Aldori. I've been a cruiser 5 whole days already, and I love it. The future's gonna be grand indeed. Curl. They should let us off to enjoy the festivities. Instead, we're digging ditches and training day in, day out. Ramen. On days like this, as if the war doesn't even exist, doesn't it grant us peace? So the brief rundown history thing is 100 years ago, a woman named Arilu Vorlesh created something called the World Wound, which bound the mortal plane and the abyss, which is where the demons are from, together. And they've been fighting, humanity has been fighting, mortals have been fighting war with it through crusades for the past 100 years. There have been 4 crusades so far, trying to get it to the point where it can be closed, and have all failed so far. And this city is Canabras, which is a city that's like right on the edge of the World Wound. I am the answer, but what is the question? So like the war is forever ongoing, kind of, but Socio, so many happy faces. Days like this keep our hope alive. Okay, I must go drink the special beverage. I love a drink, me. Especially when the city's footing the bill. What do you say, another round? I have sampled the special festival drink. I now must go hit a mannequin, because that's close by. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of him. Wapow. Right in the fucking face. Oh shit, I broke something. Oh no.
Crusader gods, behold Iolande, you poor imposter. Your city will fall to me. Your followers will feed my hunger.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Oh shit.
Let the feast begin.
That lasted 5 seconds.
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell. Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for. You must have got a good drubbing around the head, friend. Discari's a demon lord. The most fearsome enemy of all crusaders, and all living things, come to think of it. Who knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. Place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks!
Having a problem where my stupid mic is picking up some of the game audio. Hopefully it's not coming through in the stream, but if it is, let me know and I can try and adjust. Here to lend me a weapon, I'll try to fight the demons.
Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even. Good luck! Try not to get eaten now!
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts. Behold, Iolande. Behold the death I saw.
I'm fucking dead.
The silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
Find other survivors. A small woman with messy brown hair winces in pain, uttering a stream of curses through clenched teeth. She is pinned to the ground by a couple of weighty boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
I feel them all right. One say no to a little less feeling in them. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
Why?
What kind of a question is that? We should help her because we're crusaders, not animals or demons. That's why.
All right, we'll get her fixed. 1, 2, hurt. Succeeded at athletics check. Summoning all your strength, you managed to lift the rocks up enough to free the wounded woman from the rubble.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Anevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade.
Oh, me too.
I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendev and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now. I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomede's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
I'm a paladin like Sela, and I came here to protect the world from evil. She smiles and shakes your hand.
A fellow crusader! Welcome, sister. This is great. I would have been happy to have any companion in this, but it's nice to be stuck down here with somebody who's my kind of crazy.
It's a good thing you've still got your faith. Because right now, to be totally honest, faith's probably the only thing we do have. Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
To summarize, there are 3 of us, with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
Let's see what all I've got here. I have a halo. And the only weapon I have is a crossbow. Lucky bracers, +1 luck bonus to AC and reflex, will, and fortitude saving throws. And scale mail. Sela has banded mail, a sword, a shield, a short bow, a potion of shield, and a torch. Alright, let's get going. Look, Holren put all the confiscated weapons in this chest. Take a look. Maybe your things survived the fall. Oh, that would be nice. Fuck yeah, things. Stuff. Weapons. We have a great sword and we have a long sword. We have a cold iron longsword. That is better. 7 attack, 7 to 14 damage versus 7 attack, 8 to 18 damage. You know what? Until I have a shield, I guess I'll just use that. Also, Cloak of Resistance. +1 to saving throws. We have a shiny. Trendalev's Scale. Restore life to a deceased party member. Raise creature. It's a number of hit points. Alright. Well, got that. Nevia hobbling along. Hello.
Who's there?
The fine apparel of this young half-elf woman is torn and stained with blood, dust, and dirt. However, she holds herself with such dignity that you would be forgiven for thinking you were at a high society party and not in the dank catacombs under the city. Her fingers grip her rapier hilt with confidence, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. At her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at first glance it's hard to tell if it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend.
My name. Hi, I'm Bob. This is our new friend. Hi, I'm Bob.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it.
Not many could withstand a strike from a demon lord, not even Terendelev.
I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Discari himself has come to Canabras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
What happened to this fella?
I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
R.I.P. Tell me more about yourself.
Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
She touches the polished snake skull amulet that hangs around her neck. You want to join us?
Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
Let's keep moving. There must be a way back to the surface somewhere around here.
That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Let's fucking go.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Yeah, totally understandable. Had a dagger.
The Inheritor,
She can't be British. She didn't say ba what. Another scale. Oh my god, it's a fly.
Into the fray!
We're the All Chick Gang.
Save the last one for me.
The light, take you!
We're the bug killers. We kill bugs. Oh shit, more stuff. Fuck yeah. Okay, weapons first. Torch, bows, longsword, mace, spear, a flail. Padded armor. Well, that's worse than what everybody else has, I believe, so... Bracers of armor, +1. Breastplate. No, I've actually played through fully 3 times. It is a modded playthrough. I have turned off actually like having to do the fighting in the Crusade, although I still have the Crusade stuff where I have to manage it because I found it to be really tedious. Not awful, just don't want to do it again. I have Toybox installed and I have some visual mods installed. Otherwise, I'm not really going to mod anything unless, or mod anything. I'm not really going to like use the mods unless they break unless something breaks, and I need to fix it. That's pretty much it. I'm just mostly visual stuff or convenience stuff, and I'm just playing on normal difficulty too because I'm not very good at building out my character, so. Oh no, more house centipedes that aren't in a house. Lizard time.
I'll cut you wide open.
The Inheritor, guide my blade! Into the fray!
Damn, no lizard skin for me. Hello, Lan.
No, I can't just walk away. It's got to be here somewhere.
You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. As soon as he steps into the circle of light, however, you realize that you have never encountered a creature like this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man. This is going to be an angel run. It's the only one that I'm really willing to do still.
Wenduok!
Curling horn protruding from his head casts a malevolent shadow on the cave wall. Cat, spider.
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
Woman looks just as strange as her companion, like a cross between a cat and a spider. When she catches sight of you, she immediately drops into the fighting stance. Her movements reveal the lethal grace of a wild predator.
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
Are you tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the Underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusade's finest.
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
I don't know why they wouldn't call you something else, like Underground Crusaders. You could call you like Undies. Or maybe not. Maybe mongrels is fine.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
I'm calling you undies.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
Demons are laying waste to Kenabres.
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabres. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
I've never heard of underground crusaders before. Undies, as you're more popularly called.
In Canabres, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
What is this
the
place?
hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
What are you doing here?
That's none of your
We live here.
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters.
No, they're
And
paladins.
Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the underground crusaders to take up arms. If we get the holy sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame, and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Angels are a group of altruistic celestials native to all three upper planes, Nirvana, Heaven, and Elysium. They represent all the multiple interpretations of goodness. The eldest angels are one of the first creations of the primordial deities of good, making them one of the oldest races in the great beyond, and were trained as celestial guardians and servants from birth. Most serve their creators to this day. Most angels in modern times come from ascended good mortal souls rather than direct divine creation. Sometimes those souls even retain aspects of their mortal forms. Maze, does it really lead to the surface?
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground crusaders. The time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze, and even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendwog too much.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
A sort of holy flame. How did it wind up here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Lan, watch your tongue.
We'll find the sword faster if we work together. I'll help.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be easy enough to spot. It looks, swordy. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
Statue of an unknown knight. Technique is crude, but figure was crafted with genuine feeling. Some grinding stones. A copper ring. Some gems. Some more grinding stones. Some pearls. And a sword. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and I feel drops of Chrissy feels searing drops of blood run down her chest. I don't know how the fuck to do these. The wound healed by Trundlev reopens, weeps. Scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears, a cave chamber. This one or another one entirely. Chrissy's heartbeat quickens, and a stream of thoughts suddenly bursts into her mind, thoughts that clearly belong to another. Treachery! They betrayed me, trapped me, and stabbed me in the back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect, the people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. Here they are, up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw any closer? Do they believe I am about to die from their traitor's blows? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join with the traitors and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not. While I still have my strength, I must. While recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Chrissy intuits that she can control them somehow. Let's try to heal the wounded girl. A spark of healing magic illuminates the eerie, murky scene. The wounded girl opens her eyes and whispers, Lariel, you said that everything was going to change soon. You said you and the other warriors of heaven would be leaving us on a grand mission to stop the demons forever. Is that true? The frenzy of foreign thoughts comes faster and faster like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another. A priestess in colorful robes observing the stars, a young female paladin praying, clutching her glowing sword, a majestic golden-winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet but his voice ringing clear. Only if you're willing and only if you're ready. There is no going back. Then don't waste your strength healing me, the girl whispers. Your mission is more important. You take care. It is near. There, in the vision, the darkness in the cave stirs into motion. Something massive appears from within its depths. A vague shadow and outline, a nightmare come to life. A wave of odious chirruping and rustling emanates from the shadow, the sound piercing like hot irons lancing through the flesh and bone. The traitors fall to their knees before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wounded girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot. Christie's head pounds with pain, and it is no longer clear whose pain it is, the person called Lariel who sent this vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. But I am determined to fight off the illusion. Succeeded. The force of the attack, though originating in a vision, is terrifying, but Christie is stronger. She shakes off the pain and torpor, but alas, the one who sent the vision cannot claim the same. He is broken and exhausted. A monstrous shadow emerges from the murk of the cave. It is not real, it exists only in the strange vision or memory. But the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Discari, the terrifying demon lord. In a movement as swift as thought itself, the monster's hand is wrapped around the throat of the one they called Lariel. The foolish angel struggling on the rocks like a fly with its wing torn off, intones the shadow. Its voice changes as it moves, shifting from a quiet whispering to a sonorous shout, becoming young, then old and quavering. Where is your goddess, angel? Where is her self-assured herald? How is it that you are dying here alone, so far from the light of your heaven? Discari, larger than an elephant, this towering insectile nightmare wields a scythe made of bone. His wings are swarms of biting flies, and his inhuman eyes glitter with cruel intelligence. Discari, demon lord of chasms, infestations, and locusts, he is believed by many scholars to be the usher of the apocalypse. He carved his realm from the raw matter of the abyss using the great scythe rift carver, a weapon he crafted from the remains of the strange creature his father Pazuzu mated with tens of thousands of years ago. Discari and his cult long plagued the northern nation of Sarkoris, where his cultists were eventually driven into the Lake of Mists and Veils by Eridan. Yet upon Eridan's death, Discari's influence on Galarian ripened and burst, transforming Sarkoris into the demon-haunted Worldwound. A strange calm envelops the thoughts of the one called Lariel. He recognizes who stands before him, and he knows he will never bow down before his enemy. The flaming sword flares to life in his hand, bright, pure, flickering, with multicolored sparks like a sunbeam through stained glass. Slash. The blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh. Thank you for the follow, Minesweeper Hunter x Hunter. The blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl, releasing his grip on Lariel's throat. The angel falls back heavily on the rocks. His vitality is ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword, and with his last burst of strength, plunges it into the rock. Chrissy senses the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing like a river running dry. The last thing she hears is this: "You will kill me, monster, this I know, but one day someone will come up here and raise up my sword. They will raise it up and save and protect the innocent." The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of colors. Chrissy does not hear the final words, but she seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from her lips and then something else. The heat blazing in Chrissy's chest fades away. The edges of the scarlet wound close, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Chrissy sees the flaming sword in her hand, or rather its outline, the memory of what it looked like. With a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes, and the light is drawn into her hand. Christy senses that it will return. All she need do is call it. Excuse me. Oh, God. Keep coughing.
Hey, are you all right? You were kinda glowing just now.
Sela kneels, offering a prayer up to Iomade. Hang on just a second. Okay.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
I put it in a butt. You saw it true? The traitors, the dying girl, Lariel, the angel who died here?
L'Oreal? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs, and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
Ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us. Honey, one of you is half lizard, half goat, half man, and the other one is mostly cat spider. What the fuck are you talking about different?
Now, Wendowog, don't be a sore loser. She is clearly different from us.
Obviously.
The sword appeared before her, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff. Because she doesn't carry our mongrel taint.
Taint.
Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that. I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the Abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
The Abyss is a realm of infinite horror and unlimited danger. Its vast chasms, known as the Outer Rifts, wind throughout the surface of the outer sphere. Where the outer rifts of the Abyss open onto realms like Elysium or even Heaven, they are the sites of eternal wars against the celestial races. Here, the armies of good maintain permanent encampments along the edges of abyssal rifts and do their best to prevent the rifts' spread. For spreading is the correct word. The outer rifts are growing, albeit slowly. Scholars believe this is a sure sign of the end of all things, that nothing could stop the growing dissolution of the outer sphere, and that at some time in the future the abyss will consume it all. Worse, the outer rifts do not constrain themselves to the outer sphere. They can open elsewhere and have done so countless times before to consume entire worlds. The malevolent world wound in northern Avestan is but the latest to appear in the material plane. A rent in reality that even the full might of the nation of Mendev is unlikely to contain for long. The Abyss is possessed of many layers struck together by the river Styx. Its inhabitants are demons, its rulers demon lords, who wrested control of the plane eons ago from the primordial Klipoth. I reveal a thing.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing! Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right?
No.
Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras.
Lead us to your chief and I'll decide if I'm going to help you or not.
Let's go.
No, it's not
We'll
Radiance.
take the short route. Well, the only route, really. Can't hide from me.
This one was beyond me.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan. You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Spider time? Spider time.
They'll beg me to stop.
What's down here? Small elementals.
You won't survive me.
The spirits demand your blood.
I'll rip you apart!
Rude. Wand of Cure Light Wounds.
You'll make a fine trophy.
Oh no, it's the flies.
Endure this.
Oh no, it's Jeff Goldblum. Wow. Oh no, more spiders.
No match for me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade. You are today's sacrifice.
I got a shield. That I'm not gonna use because it's still not better. Whoops. Thank you, you too. Listen here, you. I don't know who you are or where you come from, but you and I are the only two people here who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you. Don't show the light of heaven to Sol. Lan thinks I should? Lan, he wants to play the hero. His first idea, if you remember, was to grab the sword and run headlong into the maze. Does that sound like a plan to you? To me, it sounds like suicide. The worst part is the tribe might actually take his words to heart and follow where he leads. Thought you consider the mongrels warriors. The descendants of great warriors. I believe that my people are worthy of greatness, that we are strong and can do many things. That's why we were chased down here. We scared people. But it's one thing to go hunting in the caves and another to fight in the shield maze. I've been there. I've spent my whole life training so I can make it through all the way to the end. There were more of us trackers at the start. We were young and stupid. What's a couple monsters when there's a whole world out there waiting for us? That's what we thought, but we weren't prepared. The maze isn't just a physical challenge, it's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night, and if you close your eyes and listen, you hear the whispers right behind you and soft singing in the distance that seems to rise and fall with the beating of your heart. I'm drinking water pretty regularly. One new medication I'm on is making me a lot thirstier than I was, so I'm keeping up with it. I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. I had to step over their bodies and go further. I don't want to have to do that again, and it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters burst into the maze with no idea where they're going, all because Lamb believes that a glowing sword will solve all our problems. Don't you want to save the lost kids lost in the maze? I do, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Sol is hesitant, and for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for the tribe. Lan's the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I'll go alone if I have to find them or whatever's left of them, without any heroics, relying only on myself, risking only my own life. You and your friends, you can come with me. Perhaps we can make it to the end of the maze together and find the way out to the surface. I'll think about it. Let's go. Don't show the chief the light, and I'll lead you through the maze to the surface, I swear. Nebia coming back to check on us there. Let's fucking go. Prayed our ancestors bring our children back home safe to us. I'm not going through and talking to all of the unnamed people. Your first impression of the mongrel village is of a squalid dump with the odors to match. Unblinking glowing eyes watch you from the gloom, and deformed shadows float between the huts. You see some mongrels gutting white eyeless fish while others are repairing fishing nets. All the signs of normal village life, but tense expectation hangs in the air. A heavy-set aged mongrel slowly shuffles his way towards you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has a distinctly rat-like appearance with pronounced teeth, and you hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture. Uplanders, eh? End times are upon us indeed. Chief Sol, we found the angel's sword, and we found the one who can wield it. She had a vision, and now the angel's sword together with the light of heaven are somehow inside her. Gather the tribe, anyone who can hold a weapon. The young ones are still alive. We can go save them. Ah, Lan. Always dreaming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's gonna get you in trouble. An uplander with the light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on faith. Show the light. Wenweg stares at you intently like a cat watching a bird. I sword. I do sword. Lan speaks the truth. The heavenly flame flares to life at your unspoken command, bright, pure, dancing with multicolored sparks like a sunbeam passing through stained glass. The mongrels abandon their tasks and stare transfixed. The light is bright but not blinding. It is warm, but its warmth is soul deep. Sol is silent for a while. Tears are streaming down his wide, pale face, but the old man doesn't even care to wipe them away. So it's true. The angel did not forsake us. No, he came back from the dead. He came to save our children. Lan gives you a nod of thanks. The scaled half of his face is indifferent, but the human half is visibly relieved, as if he wasn't sure all this time you would support him. Wenwag hisses at you like an angry cat. See these fishermen and these hunters, these husks of men and women? Their blood will be on your hands. We have the blessing of angels. We'll survive and help the young tribesmen. Idiot, you see a bright light, now you think even the maze is no match for you? You always think the worst, Wendu. We're not on our own in this anymore. We've got allies. Well, a couple at least, but one good fighter's worth 10 bad ones. You have the right of it, Lan, but we Neithers were going to wait. I sent a messenger to summon all the tribes. It will take time, yes, but they will all come. They will all come for the light. Wait, Lan, wait, Uplanders. Rest a while in one of our huts. Our home is your home. All right, Chief, understood. Let's hope that a few hours isn't the difference between life and death for those kids. If they ask me what took us so long, I'll tell them it was your decision. Wenwag only grits her teeth in silence. I'm gonna go around stealing shit. Stealing shit, stealing shit, stealing shit. Yes, they have nothing and I'm gonna take it. Horga Squirm. Finally, someone from the surface. I was beginning to lose hope. An elderly man in expensive but not ostentatious clothes approaches you. His face is peppered with several heel cuts and bruises and twisted in an expression of extreme discontent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgus Gorm. Yes, that Gorm. You have no doubt heard of me if you have spent any time at all in the city. I have a business proposition for you. Your name tells me nothing. Who are you? You truly are freshly arrived in the city, then. You couldn't have picked a worse time, that's for certain. Only just arrived and the city's been raised to rubble. You should know that you are looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in Canabras. I may not be as well known as certain swaggering loudmouths who spend their lives traipsing from one ball to the next, but the Gorm Trading Company is one of the pillars of the city, I'll have you know. Did you see the marquees up in the square? I paid for those. Tried any festival delicacies? You have Horgus Gorm to thank for that. How'd you end up here? For a moment, Horgus's eyes focus on Camellia before his gaze returns to you. Like everyone else, down I went when that accursed beetle cleaved the ground in twain beneath our feet. I'm lucky I didn't break my neck in the fall, and I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any subterranean cockroaches on my blind wanderings, and instead came across hunters from this settlement. Although I must say that when I first glimpsed their physiognomies, my light flashed before my very eyes, but they turned out to be decent chaps, frightening to look at, but able to keep a bargain. You don't speak very kindly of the mongrels, even though they saved your life. Kind words are for people with hours to fritter away on pleasantries. Horgus Gorm speaks his mind, and he pays for services rendered not with kind words, but with hard coin. I gave the mongrels my dagger in exchange for their help. Its handle is worth more than their whole village. Kind of business proposition. I don't know what is happening on the surface right now, but I am determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. We must find a route back to the surface, to the city, if there's anything left of it. I am a moderately pious man, and I don't mind relying on the help of a person who is the favor of the gods, especially when so many demons lurking about. You are strong. It will be no trouble to you, but alas, I am not as fit as I once was. I can't go crawling throughout caves playing at scouts. My proposition is simple. Lead me back to the city, and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins. Suggest we help this man. It's good to have friends among the Canabras elite. I, praise Iomade, am a crusader, not some mercenary. Keep your money. I don't need payment to see you safely to the surface. And I, thank Abadar, am not some beggar seeking charity. I told you I'll pay you 1,000. That means I'll pay 1,000. Fine. Splendid. In the meantime, I shall sit here in the village. Okay. Go on, go on. Don't forget our agreement when you find the way out. Be sure to tell me. Ooh, level up time. I'ma be a paladin again. And everybody else I'll just give defaults, and I can always respec later. Because there are builds built in, like default builds, so... Stealing things from the poor people. Just call me Horgus Squirm. Stealing things from the poor people. Just call me Horgus Squirm. Stealing fish from the starving people. Call me Jesus Christ. Anevia. This tragedy may not have happened if you'd spent less time surveilling honest citizens and more time tracking the real spies and demon worshippers. Brilliant idea. How come I didn't think of it? Now, if only the cultists would tell us they were cultists, then we wouldn't have to waste time investigating honest citizens who decided to go all cloak and dagger right under our noses. Horgus and Anevia sit some distance apart, sniping at one another in an idle fashion that testifies to their long acquaintance and mutual dislike. When they notice you, they fall silent. What's the bad blood about? It's an old matter. Miss Tierbade here had the notion of spying on me, then of rummaging through my goods. I ask you, do I look like a cultist? Cultists don't tend to look like cultists, you know. That's kind of the whole problem. And you, Mr. Gorm, built a whole secret operation of buying and smuggling into the city. What was it? Oh yeah, magical weapons. How was I supposed to know that all the rigmarole with middlemen was so that you could anonymously donate supplies to the crusade? Don't you see I have a reputation to uphold, one that I value most highly. Horgus Gorm is a hard-nosed businessman, not a good fairy from a tale. Yes, I care about my city. Yes, I wish to see that its defenders, my defenders, were well-fed, healthy, and well-armed, but to make those donations openly was unthinkable. I might as well hang a sign outside my door welcoming in every sponger, leech, and parasite in the city. I appreciate your help for the crusade. No joke, you're an alright bloke, but carrying on secret dealings in a city that's teeming with cultists is a huge pain in the backside for us lot whose job it is to keep an eye on that sort of thing. Anevia, how's the leg? Mallet hasn't fallen off yet, so that's good. They bandaged me up all nice and smeared some stinking stuff on the wound, so it looks like I'm gonna live. They said wait a day and I'll be right as rain, so I'm waiting. What do you think's happening now? Perhaps the city is no more. If Discari himself appeared, there's no telling how bad things are. Can you hold off on writing our obituaries just yet? The city's full of fighters, and besides that, it's barely a stone's throw from Neurosian. I think our people will hold on long enough for reinforcements to come from the Queen. This ain't Discari's home turf. He's gonna have to retreat or else fight off the whole Mendevian army. Neurosian, the capital of the Crusaders' state of Mendev, Neurosian is designed first and foremost as a defensive fortification to hold back the endless demonic hordes of the Worldwound. Neurosian is also a holy city of Iomedae. Many of its notable residents are devout worshippers of Iomedae, including Queen Galfrey, the ruler of Mendev. The cruciform cathedral to Iomedae is central to both Neurosian's physical structure and defense of the city. The cathedral also draws faithful pilgrims from afar to worship at the renowned holy site. What do you think of the mongrels? I thought they were just a story, the thing that drunks and taverns would come out with. Now I discover that it's true. Well, what can I possibly think of them? The poor creatures are most unfortunate with their faces and their minds so deformed. It's a miracle they're even alive. The part that boggles my mind is they're the descendants of the first Crusaders. All these years they've been living beneath our feet, in caves, in the dirt. If I'd known the legends about them were true, I'd have dedicated my life to getting them out of this place. To what end? The people of Canabras would have stoned them on sight, and Prelate Hilrun would have had them tossed down the pyre en masse. Whatever the ills of this place, it is their home. How long do you think they would have survived on the surface? Canabras's famed prelate, Holrun Shapuk, first gained the trust and admiration of the city's people by organizing inquisitions against suspected demon worshippers, and witches. Good God. Holren and his force of elite witch hunters exposed dozens of cultists and spies, and it is said executed many more under suspicion, but with no real proof. These events started the Third Crusade, widely accepted as the least effective and most self-destructive of the four crusades. Still, Holren evoked respect and admiration in the populace as well as fear, and agreed to guide the city as its prelate. What are you going to do when you get back to the surface? I'm going to go home. Last I knew, I owned a very fine mansion. I will see if it's still standing or if I'm now homeless. I'm going to find Erebeth. She's my wife and the leader of the Eagle Watch. As long as she lives, she won't allow Canabras to fall. You have to go. Go on then, and don't dilly-dally. The sooner we get out of here, the likelier we are to find some people still alive up there. Take care of yourself. Phew. Uplanders, come see my wares. A tall woman with a face deformed by an enormous swelling smiles broadly at you, showing off her double row of small, sharp teeth. You, from the surface, you must be tough to make it all the way here. Never thought I'd see the day. Call me Dyer. Let's trade. Who are you? The people call me all sorts. Dyer the hoarder, Dyer the coin, Dyer the city girl, like that's a bad thing, huh? I trawl the caves, picking up all kinds of things from the surface that wash down here through your sewers. I trade all kinds of junk for food and clothes, but I only part with my best finds for coin. Got no coin? Forget what money is? Well, then I have no use for you. If you want city goods, you need to pay for them with gold, like city folk. Why are you so eager to trade? Because all the people here are no better than animals now. Thyra yells with surprising anger before being overcome with coughing. Wiping her mouth, she continues. Our forefathers lived in the city like you. Our people love to reminisce about armies, knights, crusades, but I couldn't care less about that. Savages with clubs can fight a war. Only civilized folk can buy and sell. They've all forgotten what trading is. They've forgotten the value of gold. They barter hides for plant roots and go on about the feats of the Crusaders. Who cares about them? I don't need help remembering. I have coins and things to sell. Now let's trade like proper city folk. Let's fucking do it. See here, I don't need that crossbow. I don't need that longbow, I don't think. I don't need a regular ass longsword. I don't need a flail. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. That's worth money, don't need that, and don't need that. Bought potions. Do me a little save. The messenger returned. The tribes are gathering at the entrance to the maze. Our people have already gone there. I've warned Nevia and that old guy who won't even acknowledge me. Take your time, there's no rush. The most important people always show up late. Everything's going to plan, but one thing's bothering me. Wenwag's gone. What do you think happened to Wenwag? I don't know. She was always stubborn. Maybe she decided she could do it all on her own. I hope she comes back. We'll struggle without her, and she'll struggle without us, no matter how hard she tried to deny it. All the tribes? So a whole army is marching on the maze then? By mongrel standards, yes, but don't be too disappointed when you see the reality. There aren't many of us who can hold a weapon, and fewer still who can do any damage with one. What about Anevi and Horgus? Are we leaving them here? Once we've cleared the maze, the way ahead will be safe. Anevi is in no state to fight, and that Horgus guy, he doesn't look like he'll shift an inch unless we roll out a red carpet all the way to the exit. Still, are you sure the maze is the only way to the surface? There was another passage, the one I used with my dad when we left and then came back. The chief back then, he found it and filled it in to stop anybody else going against the ancestors' wishes. And what the ancestors wanted was for everyone to go through the maze. I'm not sure of anything right now, but we don't have a choice. We can only go forward. There were other passages, but they're far from here. With all these earthquakes, who knows what condition they're in now, so our best bet is the maze. If it doesn't lead anywhere, we can consider our next move. The first thing I see when I wake up is your hideous face. Not the best start to the day. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Before we do, thank you. I was so happy I forgot to thank you before, but you've done something no one else has in a long time. You've given the mongrels hope. It's like we're starting to believe that we're worth something now that we have the power of the angels on our side. It won't change anything, of course, but at least you'll help us save the young ones, hopefully. Let's go through the main gate. The straight road is the shortest. But the gay road is the best and the most fun. Straight road is the shortest. Gonna drink after all that talking, goddamn.
The Inheritor, guide my blade. I'll cut you wide open.
This looks like a decent army to me. The tribes are gathering soon. Soon we will attack. How long can we wait? The other tribes haven't turned up yet. We're going to wait for them just a while longer. Knowing so, the preparations will take the best part of a day. Let's take a look at the maze ourselves and see what's what. Okay. But first...
The spirits demand your blood.
You've crossed the wrong line.
The light, take you!
My last playthrough, I played a cavalier and had a horse, and it was funny as shit thinking about the horse trying to squeeze through the tiny gap in the door. Bas relief of Baphomet, Demon Lord, Lord of the Minotaurs, and Lord of the Labyrinth. Well, that's why it's the shield maze.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
We are the light. They are also in the light. Everyone's in the light. Splat. Crisploot. Crisplort. That's pretty much how I treat it. I just hate how, I hate how buggy the mounts can be. Because, like, they can be really buggy. I was like, wow, this is really buggy as shit. It was a half-orc cavalier, and my character was phasing through the horse pretty much the entirety of the playthrough. I'm gonna have a horse again this time, but I'm not going to, I'm not doing cavalier, I'm doing a mounted paladin. Divine Guardian.
You are today's sacrifice. Into the fray.
See, if I just play with my default choices, like what I would naturally do, I'm chaotic good. My first playthrough, I was a Zada path because of that. Just what I defaulted to.
Can't hide from me.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Hovland. His name was Hovland. Did you know him? Yeah, he's not from our tribe, but we're both hunters, so we cross paths from time to time in the cave passages. We'd share news and leave supplies for each other. Then he just disappeared. He used to talk about wanting to try his luck in the maze. I thought he was long dead. If only he had been. Why would mongrels attack us? Aren't we on the same side? Something's wrong with them. Look, their bodies, it's like something's eating them from the inside out. Sure, maybe these guys just ate something weird or were having an off day, but I think something drove them out of their minds. Or someone. Seems like the shield maze of yours is crawling with cultists. How did they get here? No idea. It's my first time here too. Maybe they fell down here the same way you did? Shrugs awkwardly, looks away. When Wag comes here all the time, I'd ask her about it if she was here. Come to think of it, where is she? Let's go. This place is even more dangerous. Might be more dangerous than we thought. And there I was, hoping we'd be the meanest things in here. These mongrels and cultists. Now that I did not expect. We need to find out what's going on. Bloodstains mar the ground. Around them are comfortable benches with pillows. Someone enjoyed watching others suffer.
hope you appreciate this.
All right, let's see what we've got. Actually, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to poke around in the visual stuff for a minute. Hello. Good morning or afternoon or evening. Yeah, I have mods installed because convenience and visual stuff. I don't, and also because I really don't enjoy the actual fighting part of the crusade itself whenever it gets to that point, but I don't mind the management stuff. Other than that, I don't mod stuff to make the game different. Just like bug fixes and visual stuff, because I feel like the visual stuff was kind of really limited. So. Let's see something. Okay, it's broken for now. All right, that's fine. That is not the portrait I chose. What the fuck? Or if it is, I had a brain fart because that was not the one I wanted to choose. I'll just stick with that one. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Now, what is that?
I have Toybox installed. Just Toybox didn't do everything that I wanted. I like the visual changes, so.
I'll cut you wide open.
You won't survive me.
I also turned off corruption for travel stuff and resting because I find that mechanic to be really fucking more annoying than anything, especially considering in areas where you're expected to have to rest a lot. It just gives you shit to like cleanse it periodically, and it's just like I feel like it's just kind of like an annoyance more than anything actually contributing to gameplay or anything. So.
Steps. Weapons ready.
No glory without risk.
See, I get that, but it just, I don't know, it just started to wear on me after I started doing the Treasure Island stuff. That was like, eh. Just the personal thing. I try not to abuse the stuff anyway. I don't know, it just felt like a pain in the ass. Like, oh, no, you have to go back to Dresden. You have to go back to Dresden over and over again. Like, you have to go back or you have to waste space. I was just like, I just don't care.
The light take you. The spirits demand your blood.
Like, I struggle through normal difficulty, much less anything harder, so it's not that big a deal for me.
Into the fray.
I know, but like I have to do that or I have to go back to and it's just like I just don't want to fuck with it. Like I did it my first playthrough. I did everything legitimately on that stuff my first playthrough. First playthrough was literally just visual mod. And then after that I was just like, eh.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Follow these simple rules or you will die. Number 1, don't bother me unless strictly necessary. Number 2, keep the door to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you two holds onto it. You can tear each other to shreds over it for all I care. Number 3, don't even think of setting foot in the ritual chamber ever. Number 4, keep the door to the unfinished section of the maze locked at all times. As a reminder for you feeble-minded vermin, the entrance is sealed using the hidden lever, the torch on the wall next to the door. The door itself is in the room with the blood pool where I sometimes relax. Number 5, do something about that damn water elemental already. Do whatever you want with it, just make sure it's gone by tomorrow. Number 6, find a better hiding place for the paladin sword from the surface. I'll deal with that later. Number 7, remember that your life means less than nothing to me. I have plenty of people vying to become the hand of Hozilla. Hozilla. More like Bridezilla. Thank you for the raids, Curious Creations. Hello, everyone.
You are today's sacrifice!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Hello. Sorry, I tend to get kind of quiet.
You won't survive me.
The light, take you!
I'll drink water in a second.
I am helpful, am I not?
There, water has been drunked. I have drinked water. Hope your lunch is good.
Into the fray!
God damn.
So this is how it feels. So this is how it feels.
This is not my time yet. This was unexpected.
Well, shit. That's why I saved before I went in there. Didn't think I had quite enough to beat it yet. I was correct. I'll run through the rest of the dungeon before I do it then.
I hope you appreciate this.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
It should work. Is it flawed? Now what is that?
Secret room. Does not have the same ring to it as secret tunnel.
obstacle.
The world in crimson!
Bodies of the maze builders lie where they were caught by the earth elementals and raged by the earthquake. The builders' tools lie scattered next to their bodies. They fucking dead. They did a die.
I'll cut you wide open!
You won't survive me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
The light, take you!
Oh no.
Endure
It's
this.
Geodude.
Into the fray!
Don't hurt me, Geodude. You're my dude.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
I found, something.
What have I found? Whatever could it be?
The heartbeat quickens.
Damn, that sucked. Okay.
So this is how it feels.
Make every strike count.
Now I get radiance. Wait, this is... No, it can't be. I know that hilt. Radiance, the sword of the great Yaniel, that's what this is. But it's meant to be in the Tower of Estrad with all the other relics. That's what I heard, at least. Well, of course, this rusted piece of metal must be that very same sword. I think you merely wish this were the illustrious sword of legend. You don't get it. I've seen this sword 100 times in paintings and in the hands of the Yaniel statue. I've even thought of going to the Estrad Museum to see the real thing in person. How did it get here? What's so special about it? Now, nothing, I guess, but this sword was legendary in its day. People say that when Yaniel held it, the blade would glow, striking demons left and right. Soldiers would see Radiance's light from afar and take heart, rushing into the fray and winning. But I don't know what's wrong with it now or how to restore its power. All I can sense is that they made a mockery of it. You're empathizing with an object? Extraordinary. Are all paladins so tender-hearted and sensitive? Lady, we outnumber you. Sensitive in a way, yes. We're highly attuned to evil and everything wrought by demons. Radiance was in evil hands, and as a paladin, I can tell you they did nothing good to it. Who, Yaniel? No, you've never heard of Yaniel? She's famous all over Galarian. She was a great woman. She was born in Mendev, and when the Crusade started, she couldn't just sit idly by. She dedicated her life to the Crusade. People say she was audacious and spirited. She was always the first into battle, and she never sacrificed other people's lives for a tactical advantage. That's how she's been remembered, as an incredible warrior who seemed to blaze with righteous fury. In all the images of her, she looks capable of driving all the demons back to the abyss single-handedly, but then something happened between her and her commanders. Maybe they envied her, maybe there was more to it than that, I don't know. But anyway, she went to the Whirlwind without her fellow soldiers, and she didn't survive the mission. She even brought back Crusaders she rescued in there. She didn't just survive the mission, she even brought back Crusaders she rescued in there. Can you imagine? She died as she lived, with pride. She was one of the people defending Dresden to the very end. That's where she perished. Don't take this the wrong way, but I really hope that she died quickly. A hero's death, because if she didn't, that means she was taken prisoner and had to endure unspeakable horrors. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. You know a lot about Yaniel. You a fan of hers? I suppose you could say that. I've always felt an affinity with Yaniel. I know what it's like to not be what your commanders want you to be. Whenever I used to feel pressure, I always thought of Yaniel. Maybe some people don't like how she was, but to the people she pulled out of the world wound, she was perfect. And to the people she saved on the battlefield, she was incredible. And to those who keep her memory alive, she's a hero. That's what counts. How could such priceless relic end up down here? Yaniel disappeared, but by some miracle, Radiance was recovered from the battle. No one else has ever wielded it. It is Yaniel's blade and always will be. That's why it was put in the Tower of Estrad with the other Crusade relics. But now it turns out that someone stole it. I have this weird feeling like I'm rescuing a fellow warrior from a dungeon. We can't just abandon it even if it's no use to us. It's no use to anyone down here, but what if it could be repaired? Finding such a relic in the darkness is a good sign. Iomade herself must be helping us. I hope you're right, Inheritor in Heaven. Can you hear us? We need your help now more than ever. This sword belonged to a paladin. I knew that from the moment I saw it. May we never forget the one whose hand once gripped this hilt. The sword responds, either to your words or to your touch. Streaks of golden lights dance across the blade. Items lost, radiance, items received, longsword. What? Seela stares at you in amazement. Just look at that, the sword seemed to greet you. It senses the hand of a paladin and it seems relieved we're freeing it from the demon's clutches. A good omen and a good find. Let's keep going. It just turned it into a regular ass longsword though. It's just longsword now, okay. I mean, it is technically better than the one that I was using, I guess. A lot of bodies. It's the body hole.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel. You won't survive me.
The spirits demand your blood.
What do we have here? What's on your mind? I wonder.
No glory without risk!
Endure this!
Into the fray!
Judging by the corpses, the cultists did manage to summon a demon in the end.
My sword is an extension of my arm. So, is my plumage an extension of my head? Focus, Sela.
So your plumage is a hair extension? I don't get it.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Make every strike count!
The light, take you!
Aw, yeah. Knew I could do it.
What's that there?
Fine, I will water. Praise Iomade. Splurt. Here you are, huddled together like a herd of animals, pitiful monsters, not human or demon. Even tieflings are less defective than you. But I, your master Savamalek, can help make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger, starvelings of the dark. Submit to me. No, we are the descendants of crusaders. Trusting a demon would be a betrayal of their memory. Hosilla? Well, who's the next descendant of crusaders who values old legends more than their life? Beasts, monsters, and human guides, reveal your true nature. This is the sweet, wholesome flesh of a righteous Asimar. Eat, underground crusaders. Eat the flesh of the crusader from above. Find your true strength. You rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel like you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knees one after another and crawl to the Asimar's body. You hear their fangs tearing through the flesh. You hear the slashing of blood. You hear the former mongrels snarl like animals fighting over the most tender and juicy bits of meat. Your companions writhe in agony. One clutches at their head, another doubles over. You feel saliva pool in your mouth. The metallic tang awakes hunger in you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares to tempt you with the sweet scent of meat untainted by corruption. This wretch must die. And still the clarity remains with you. Somewhere deep down beneath the veil of rage and anger, you sense the light trying to break through. Seize the light hidden within. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and almost in response, warmth suffuses you from within. Warmth and joy from a simple realization. You can win. You can save these people. The power of heaven bolsters and guides you. Its light breaks free and, enveloping the mongrels, grants them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet stain on your chest. The wound is reopened, and instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. I one-shot the demon. Oh, never mind. The demon convulses in pain when the light reaches him. What are you? Destroy this vermin. Hosilla points at you. She's already wounded. Wendwag, kill. Wendwag, no. Wendwag silently emerges from the shadows. I am no longer your slave, Hosilla, but I will gladly kill anyone who pokes their nose in where it doesn't belong. You told the truth to the Mongol tribe and revealed the light of heaven, despite Wendwag saying no.
Tear your throat out.
Ooh, she couldn't tear my throat out, damn.
You are today's sacrifice.
O mighty Salala, your your faithful servant invokes you now. Demons, protect your mistress.
Yes, mistress.
Endure this!
Go for their hearts! The Inheritor, guide my blade! I'll cut you wide open!
There we go.
Well, are you going to finish me off? It's not exactly unexpected.
What else are we supposed to do with you? You're not just a traitor, you're a monster. The young ones believed you, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I don't want to interrupt you two going at it here, but they weren't eating human flesh. They were eating ASMR flesh. That's not human. That's ASMR.
I led by example. I trained. I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface. But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal. I conquered my anger.
She
The
was
anger
already
that
an
has been
animal.
Building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death. I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats.
I inspect chest wound. It's gone, like it was never there in the first place. The skin is totally smooth and unmarred.
It's gone. It was just there, and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
If she had been marked by the Abyss, do you think some nobody priests will be able to help? No, the demons have branded this uplander, and judging by the smell of the blood pouring from her chest, the demons will be able to find her wherever she goes. And they'll find you too, Lan.
Is that for Pathfinder 1E or 2E? Because I know for 2E that can be the case, but for 1E, I mean, whenever I was picking my race, it said that ASMR is a race, humans a race, etc., etc. So you've been serving Sabah this whole time?
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neathers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans. I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered. and I follow whomever is the strongest.
I thought you were better than that. I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little bit stronger than you. You're not a mongrel. You're a cave slug. You have no understanding of the meaning of family or tribe.
To be fair, Lan, I don't think she's a cave slug. I think she's a cat spider. Spider cat, spider cat.
So now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the best hunters in the tribe. It benefited me to ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you.
Why didn't you try to stop us from getting inside the maze? You knew we might uncover your secret.
Savamelek is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then... once you've gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplanders showed up and I had to change my plans.
You said you went through the same ritual. Does that mean you ate human flesh too?
Yes. Hosilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry. And she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live, and gain the power to change everything. Savamelek tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe. That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way. Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal, no better than the weaklings you saw in the maze. But I am strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes?
Maybe that delay is really long for you.
Caves for hunting. Who would have made you a man?
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
What did your service to Hosilla entail?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze, making them stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuttered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hosilla would dispatch a dozen young Neaters easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in? So when Lan ran off looking for the Angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neathom. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
You sicken me.
Fuck off, Winwag.
Do you think I like looking at you, Uplander? I'll just wait till you're asleep, and then I'll slit your throat. No matter where you are.
She's gone. But next time, she won't get away. Damn it, Wendu. Why'd you have to go and... Anyway, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll bring the chief and the rest. I need to clear my head.
Go for it, Lan. Chief Soul appears flanked by mongrels. The journey has taken its toll on him. His breath is labored and sweat is dripping from his bloated face. What's this? Anivia gives a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Turns out old Hulverin isn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol down here, damn it. Horgus's lip curls in distaste, and he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious mongrels. You said you were in charge of reconnaissance for the Eagle Watch, Anivia. How could you miss a nest of demons underneath Canabras? Yeah, right, like it wasn't enough that I sniffed after every damn shadow in the city. Everyone knows the stories about the demons living beneath the streets of Canabras. Those tales are as old as the Crusades themselves. I messed up, but you fixed my mistakes, so thanks. How's your leg? Better than yesterday, worse than the day before. I'm not gonna die, don't worry. This place must be burned with holy flame. The place is overrun with demons, but that's not the worst part. Wenwag, she's been working for demons all this time, luring the young, strong mongrels into the maze. We might still be able to save these ones. They can't get any stupider, that's for sure. But they might be meaner than they were before. But I suppose all teenagers are monsters in their own way. Subtle laughs, but it comes out as a rasp. Ah, Lan, we don't waste words on such people who don't listen to the tribe. You act the fool, you suffer the consequences. Sol gives a ragged sigh. Windwag, how could she? She deceived him and then she left. What's become of us? Chin up, Chief. The kids you rescued are safe now. The demons are gone and the traitor's been dealt with. All's well that ends well, I say. You need to look after the mongrels. I don't know what they'll be like when they come to, but look after them, Chief. They went through something horrific today. Not everybody is capable of enduring something like that. It'll change them forever. As long as they can hunt, the rest can wait. Outlander and you, Lan, you saved them. Only the gods can salvage their souls, but we are a tribe. We will think of something, and when they are stronger, they can go up to the surface. The time has come. It's time to get out of here. Chief, I think I'm going to lead our visitors to the surface, and I'm going to keep going. Something interesting is happening out there in the world. Maybe it's my chance to do something more useful than skinning cave rats. Sol heaves a sigh. You never were one of us. You always looked up. You think I don't see these things. Our life is not for you. You must go. But where? Where is the way out? Beats me, but these beasts got down here somehow. Lan searches Hosilla's body and shows you some papers and a key. I don't know what these documents are, but I'm sure this key will come in handy. Anevia's eyes quickly skim over the letter and she passes it to you. Those cheeky sons of... This is all the information on the cultists in the city. Their meeting places, passwords, secret hideouts. I think we should show this to whoever's in charge of Canabras right now. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what. The dispatch. Sava Malik, this is my last warning. You need to act discreetly without attracting any more attention than you already have. People are already talking about the strange disappearances of Canabras' most righteous men. Keep below ground, nurture your mongrel pets, and wait patiently. The call to battle will soon come, and it will sound loud and clear even down there in the catacombs. Gather your warriors immediately after that, bring them to the surface, and lead them to the Tower of Estrad. This tower will be my final dagger, and I shall plunge it into the guts of Canabras. Our vicious servant Faxon made the tower his base of operations several months ago, taking command over the Templar forces in Canabras while the Grand Master was distracted by other matters. Faxon has already gathered a stash of weapons, potions, and other useful supplies, which he will gladly share with you if needed. If he behaves himself, you two should combine your forces. If not, just take his stupid little head off his shoulders and take command yourself. Mistress Monago. He's making some noises. Damn.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabras are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide. The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Iomede's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't gotten much sleep over the last few days. There's soot on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you are friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots a Nevia. Big hug. She's so fucking big.
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here's a new friend. She rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without her, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabras. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Nevia out of there.
Where are we?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
What's the target of the battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
The Wardstones are a chain of powerful artifacts keeping the World Wound's expansion at bay. The first and greatest in the chain was erected in the city of Canabras by the hand of the Inheritor himself, a golden-winged angel sent by the goddess Iomede. In 4433, Eredin defeated a cult dedicated to the demon lord Discari, making the north of Avestan safe from demonic influence. However, this protection ended with Eredin's death in 4606. The same year, the World Wound was opened by the witch Rilu Vorlesh, working in conjunction with her demonic patron Discari. Demons poured out and overran the barbarian nation of Sarkoris. The World Wound was not large at first, but soon it abruptly expanded. As it kept growing, it came to be seen as a threat to the entire world. The remaining clerics of Eredin and the clerics of its follower Iomede took it upon themselves to defeat the demons and seal the World Wound. Answering their call, thousands of pilgrim crusaders flooded up the river road and into Mendev, the nearest neighboring kingdom of former Sarkoris. Thus, the Mendevian Crusades were born.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
I have important info about the location of a cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
We met mongrels who live beneath Knobris. This is Lan.
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the First Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Canabris is a city of glory, but not one of spotless virtue. Until the First Mendevian Crusade, it was a small town perched atop a bluff overlooking the West Selen River. During the final dark days of Sarkoris, hysterical refugees splashed across the river and sought safety behind the walls of Canabris. At first, these refugees were allowed in unquestioningly. However, a Lilitu demon named Minago entered Canabris magically disguised as a refugee. Once inside the town's walls, she revealed her true form and slaughtered dozens of citizens before vanishing in a cloud of greasy black smoke. After the Red Morning Massacre, as it was called, Canabris refused entrance to any except those who could demonstrate direst need. Individuals who fell under suspicion were turned away or executed on the spot. Canabris became known as a safe but suspicious city. By the time of the Second Crusade, the leaders of Canabris agreed to house one of the wardstones to guard against the demonic hordes pouring from the Worldwound. This act assured Canabris's role as a strategically vital city, key to the defense of Mendev.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
Ba-dum-bum. What's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
The demonic threat united all kinds of creatures in supporting the Crusaders. Among them was a silver dragon named Terendelev, who protected Canabris for many years, aiding the army of Queen Galfrey. It was the power and courage of Terendelev that held back the hordes of Baylor Korumzadi in 4692. However, even the silver dragon was helpless when the demon lord Discari himself appeared in Canabris. She perished right before your eyes, protecting the city and its residents to her dying breath.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomedae. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the Celestial Armies. The Wardstones keep the Worldwound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras Obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the Abyss.
How did it end up in the Great Garrison?
The demons have long laid siege to Canabras, but this time, their lord Discari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the Wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost. Yet. Discari has gone, but the Wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
Demon Lords. The most powerful of the demons are unique demigods, rulers of the Abyss, with their own individual powers and abilities. These Demon Lords are known throughout the multiverse, and many cults worshipping them exist on the material plane. The total number of Demon Lords is beyond knowing. Of the countless powerful demons who rule the various layers of the Abyss, some are more widely known and worshipped. The most ubiquitous Demon Lord, and the only one to have attained full godhood, is Lamashtu, the mother of monsters.
But how did he do that? He's a demon! The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide!
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Let's go fuck him up.
That's the spirit. You, take a Navia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
Okay. You hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled muttering. Horgus is holding his rapier hilt in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canobras can be said to be safe right now.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
For Iomade! For the Queen! Kill the beast!
Erebeth raises her blade, and the soldiers, inspired by her cry, rush into battle with renewed vigor. Queen Galfrey is the absolute monarch of the Crusader state of Mendev and leader of the Mendevian Crusades. While today the name of the Crusader Queen is known throughout the Inner Sea region, it is easy to forget that Galfrey did not start her rule of Mendev as a paladin of Iomade, but rather of Eredin. When the world wound opened and forever changed Mendev, Galfrey was still an untested young ruler who was forced to deal with the death of her god while simultaneously rallying her nation against the abyssal threat to the west. She rose to the challenge, however, and her leadership was instrumental over the next several years, not only in protecting Mendev from demonic invasions, but also in holding the border against the World Wound. When the Church of Iomade organized the First Crusade, it joined forces with Mendev to push back the demon armies. During these battles, Galfrey time and time again distinguished herself with a keen grasp of tactics and skill at leadership. But this inspiration went both ways. In the Church of Iomade, Galfrey found something to replace her lost faith. By the time the First Crusade ended with the apparent defeat of the demon armies, Galfrey had converted and become a worshipper of Iomade and had completely retrained herself as one of the Inheritor's most devout paladins. Eager to retain such a valuable leader at the head of the Crusades, the Church of Iomade twice purchased and presented to the Queen the rare and expensive Sun Orchid elixir, which extends mortal life beyond its usual span. Thanks to this boon, the Queen has lived and led the Crusaders for more than a century. Still not in vain. Yeah, I want to leave it enabled. You and Erebeth are kind of the opposite, I guess, except, like, you both will rush in, but it's how you rush in, how you deal with it afterward that matters.
The spirits demand your blood!
Make every strike count.
Up we go. There she blows. Yeah, I know you, so you're one of these cultists, right? Ah, shit. Yeah, you should join us. I can't. Come on, leave these losers. The Crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. On my previous playthroughs, this person that's about to betray us was always a gnome. Here goes nothing. I'll help Baphomet. Cowardly traitor, I swear on the sword of Iomade, you'll answer for your betrayal. Fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up.
You are today's sacrifice!
You won't survive me.
Into the fray!
That's fine. Probably just go back that way. It's probably fine.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
The face of this demoness could be called pretty if it had eyes. Her mouth slowly widens into a smug grin.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, My little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
Mirago. You again, you wench!
The aged dwarf from Irbeth's troop, silent up to now, spits on the floor. His hardened, craggy face, like storm-weathered stone, twists as if in pain.
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
The powerful Lily to Minago is one of the demons whose names in Mendev are always spoken with a curse. She's the author of two of the most horrific atrocities in the history of the Crusades, the Fall of Dresden and the Red Morning Massacre of Canabras. Staunton, do you know this demon?
Does he know me? Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Teresian fell.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
I'll kill you!
Just a lover's spat, a lover's quarrel, something we don't need to get in the middle of.
They did.
The light, take you!
Endure this! Make every strike count.
This will leave a bruise.
You've crossed the
Thank you for the follow, Atrocious. Thank you for the follow, Aurora Wolf.
This one was beyond me.
Thanks.
As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with the power coming from the stone. Suddenly your head is filled with voices. Screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening voices pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious ward stone. Well, what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
Sounds hot.
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious ward stone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves. So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof. Pledge your loyalty to Baphomet. And when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
Who are you?
You've already forgotten me. You mortals have awfully short memories. Even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums. Don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lilitu and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
Lilitus are subversive and hidden horrors, demons who work subtly in their constant quest to destroy and devastate. Lilitus enjoy few things more than leading mortals into all manner of sinful acts, in the hope that when the mortal perishes, their soul will fuel the abyss. The exact nature of sin that a Lilitu tempts a mortal into committing varies, for these demons are adept at reading mortal desires and secrets, quickly discerning which sins a specific target can be convinced to perform. Lilitus possess a hideous ability. They can turn their victim into husks, immobile and desiccated bodies that do not actually die, but preserve their life and consciousness. Lilitu can assume the form of their husks, sealing their face and appearance and treating their poor victims like a living wardrobe.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
You feel righteous fury swell within you. How dare this demon besmirch the ground of this beautiful world with her hooves, a world created by the gods and cultivated by mortals. And these cultists, how dare they betray all that is sacred in this world and join the forces of the foulest evil? Can they repent and redeem themselves, or have they followed the path of evil past the point of no return? The ward stone seems to sense your thoughts. The chamber grows slightly brighter. What are you doing to the stone?
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side.
Prepare to fight to the death, demon! We won't let that happen.
You feel a sudden rush of wild rage, and with it comes a feeling of monstrous, unbridled, destructive power. It is like the power you felt in the shield maze when you were confronting Samara, but now it feels more fully fledged, more conscious. Feel the light of heaven. Your victory celebrations are a little premature, demon. Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light also gets brighter and brighter until it floats the chamber. You hear the voices again. Stronger now, they repeat your words like a choir of angels.
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
Don't listen to her. The fiend wants us to lose all hope. She won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back. And heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
We'll see how tough you really are. We let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
Survive me.
And Dearbeth's dead.
I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the ward stone? Here's a little demonstration.
The demoness whispers a spell, and a wave of darkness sweeps through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it is nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning you in their moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. Your evil spells won't stop a righteous army.
Iomade is with us!
Yes, yes. Keep telling yourself that.
The roar of voices blends into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy. But you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
Did we win?
Sadly, no. We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
I found a cultist dispatch in the dungeons. It seems they're holed up in the Tower of Estrad.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now, at least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
What's the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomede's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomede. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the Celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the World Wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras Obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the Abyss.
A herald is a deity's favored servant who acts as a messenger and emissary throughout the planes. While not necessarily the most powerful of a deity's servants, heralds embody fundamental elements of a god's faiths and philosophies, and thus prove particularly suited to interactions with mortal worshippers. Iomede's herald, the Hand of the Inheritor, is a warrior angel, always ready to answer Iomede's call whenever she must directly intervene on Galarian. With his angelic speed and might, he leads the charge when the Inheritor's celestial armies must go to war. A veteran of countless sorties into the Abyss, the Hand fights with a song of battle on his lips and unbreakable courage in his heart. When he is not needed on Galarian, he escorts noble souls through the astral plane to Pharasma's court, patrols the borders of Iomede's realm in search of abominations from the Abyss, duels devils on neutral ground to better learn their tactics, and watches over youths his patron has marked for greatness. Can I help you in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone. Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened. There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabras, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back. May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Kenabres still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault. Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
Do me a little level up again. Good evening. It's early afternoon here. I'm all right. How are you? Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? So here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission. I get that, and I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action, but here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. What else do you wish to discuss? So the rift that damn beetle left with its scythe? Yeah, it cut the city into two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square, not that any of them tried to make sure. But if you've got a mind to go across, and I think you're going to have to eventually, you might want to give the square a once-over. Do you want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You what? No. Your task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy like, waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them, but if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile. Got it? When do you think they'll attack next? Guess is as good as mine. Might not be here. They could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and that we're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition, so if you got any business that needs taken care of, you better do it soon. Thanks for the warning. Later, watch yourself out there. Staunton. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Staunton Vane, if you've heard rumors about me. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. I need to find the storyteller? Storyteller, Strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort, he just listened. At first, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible. Later, I realized talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he is alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble, too, so if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Black Wing. It's the library. Here, I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use the library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. What do people say about you? They say I'm a traitor, as bad as a Relu Vorlesh, that I'm a disgrace even among the ranks of the condemned, that Queen Galfrey should never have spared me, that I belong on the gallows. Few names arouse as much rage among crusaders as that of Arilu Vorlesh, the Sarkorian witch who initiated the opening of the World Wound and later its expansion. Almost nothing is known about her life before the atrocity, except that Vorlesh was condemned for using arcane magic, which was persecuted in Sarkoris and imprisoned in the Tower of Threshold near the city of Eyes. This is where Arilu Vorlesh conducted the ritual that paved the way for the demonic invasion and left her land to be tormented by the demon Lord Discari. By some mysterious means, the witch transformed herself, changing from an ordinary human into a half-demon. Over the following century, Crusaders encountered Arilu Vorlesh or the results of her experiments a few times, but they learned nothing more of Discari's henchwoman. She holds a high position in the ranks of the Army of the Abyss and bears the title of Architect of the World Wound. The Condemned is a military unit made up of petty criminals conscripted as disposable soldiers and frontline fodder in the Mendevian Crusades. Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holed up in the fortresses on the edge of the World Wound instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the Wound, the mighty unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it until it fell, and all because of my stupidity, I gave the enemy our main citadel. Founded as a city fortress during the hubris of the First Mendevian Crusade, Dresden was overtaken by the demonic hordes of the World Wound. It now stands as a demonic monument to the foolish naivete of those early crusaders. I was tried. They wanted to execute me, and rightfully so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done. So that's how I lived, decade after decade, fighting in the Condemned. As you can see, I have fixed nothing, and I have earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit in my face too? It wouldn't surprise me. Hope you earn forgiveness. Thank you. From the depths of my soul, I thank you, but I haven't had hope for a long, long time. How did a whole city fall because of you? What do you mean, how? If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask someone else, like my little brother Jorn. And if you still don't believe it, what's it to me? But if you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You really don't have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I were completely alone. Jorn, my little brother, keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the Condemned console themselves by thinking, I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. Commander Tierbade seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She's had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason in this farce. So many years in the Condemned, surely you have paid your penance by now. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. The Condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I have prayed to Torag for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priest. Countless times I've kneeled before his altar. If only the Father of Dwarven kind would answer my prayers just once. Not to restore what I've lost, just to tell me that I'm still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own God doesn't think I reserve redemption? Torag, also known as Father of Creation, is a stoic and serious dwarven god of the forge, protection, and strategy who values honor, planning, and well-made steel. He is an often distant deity, lending magical power to his clerics but leaving his followers to make their own way through life, knowing that this will make them determined and strong. I have to go. Go on then, maybe we'll see each other again. Whoops. How am I doing? I'm okay. Okay. Melia. Greetings. Tell me about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? I talk to the spirits of the tormented land and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons and I swear you can rely on me in this matter. Isn't that sufficient? Where'd you learn to wield rapier so well? I had good teachers, although they don't get all the credit. I'm a most diligent student. Camellia licks her parched lips. Your amulet is quite unusual. Where did you get it? Ah, my little trinket. It's so nice of you to notice. But I assure you, this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? You're much more relaxed during combat. Your battle cries are uninhibited. She blushes slightly and lowers her eyes. So you've noticed. To be honest, I find it embarrassing. You see, being a shaman means having spirits of battle as my ever-present companions. In the heat of combat, they become rather, vocal. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversations, the spirits are calling me and I must respond. Please excuse me. Orgus. 1,000 gold coins for you, just as promised. You helped me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. Horgus always keeps his word. Now, speaking of our future cooperation, Horgus looks at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your services. What do you mean, a job for someone like me? For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze and then lie down drunk in the gutter? Or do you think you're somehow different, a traveling knight perhaps, noble of heart but without a coin to your name? Horga sizes you up, then sighs and shrugs. You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those mongrel caves, so why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? Succeeded to perception. Horga seems like one of those people who think the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria beneath his smug arrogance. It's as though he's really quite nervous, but taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask you refrain from such statements in the future. Horgus puts his hands on his hips. Oh, really? How impudent. No one dares tell Horgus Worm how to address the rabble. So what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabras. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. Even before the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I've little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abadar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I would ask that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. Abadar, the god of cities, law, and merchants and wealth, also called the god of walls and dishes in the Eastern Dragon Empires, is known to be a patient deity. Maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions, he strives to expand civilization and order among the peoples of Galarian. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they've no desire to set foot outside of this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Also, please, do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth, after all. What kind of reward? 1,000 gold coins. Double the reward and I'll think about it. Yeah, right. For that kind of money, I could hire Queen Gal for yourself to guard me. 1,000 is my final offer. Alright, fine. Marvelous. Most excellent. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand, but do hurry unless you want me to lower your reward. A strange figure towers over the bar, a huge, ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate, as if one twitch of those calloused fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with a tankard gleams around his neck. What'll it be? Who are you? Or, actually, no. The medallion you're wearing, that's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kalen? I'm a tavern keeper, best in the city, the best there's ever been, and I pray to the best god there is. Who are you? Gemel Hawks, vampire. Are you really a vampire? Gemel gives you a long look of reproach and then grudgingly answers, no. How'd you end up here? How did anyone end up here? How did you or them? With a huge hand, he gestures at the ragtag group assembled in the room. The world is big, and there still isn't a place for everyone. People who no longer have a life anywhere else, they end up here. Any news? There are demons everywhere, and you showed up. Is there any place worth visiting? If you mean places that normal people usually stay away from, then there are plenty, like the Pataxian wine cellar. Pauses for effect, like the name of the place alone should make you quiver in fear. Patax's origins lie with brigands from their neighbor to the north, Brevoy, who sought sanctuary amid the forests of the River Kingdoms. A band of vicious thieves made a hideout in a riverside hamlet known as Pitax. As they visited there year after year, their ill-gotten gold slowly transformed Pitax into something considerably larger than a simple, sleepy fishing village. Eventually, the bandits settled in Pitax permanently, building walls around the village, hiring sellswords to help defend against their enemies, and crowning themselves kings of a newfound realm. With this, Pitax became a permanent fixture of the River Kingdoms, able to survive and thrive for nearly 4 centuries, while others around it withered and decayed. It once belonged to a Pitaxian trading house. Then King Iravetti came to power in Pitax, and property started changing hands. Soon after, the seller's shop assistant was found in a ditch. Not all of him mined, just his head. Numerian gangsters had taken possession of the place. They wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the street, and they ended up on the gallows. Then King Iravetti's number was up, so now the store stands empty and unclaimed. People say a headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning, ooh. Once rising power poised to unite its neighbors under its banner, today Numeria has fallen into decay. Here, savagery and science exist side by side. Amid the wreckage of a crashed starship from a distant world, technomancers from across Galarian flock to research and exploit the technological wonders found within the otherworldly ruins. Meanwhile, tribes of primitive barbarians cling to age-old tradition and eschew technology in favor of their own raw skill and martial prowess. This is a nation where, under the auspices of technological advancement and the betterment of civilization, a select few rule a subjugated nation as despots and tyrants, placing their own power and continued reign above the well-being of their citizens. My God. After coming to the end of his story, unusually long by his standards, the tavern keeper takes a squeak from his tankard. Just don't ask me how he makes any noise with no head. I wasn't there, as tell like I heard it. I see you're not one for talking. Gives a long, mournful look and says nothing. Show me what you have. I sell some stuff that I don't need anymore. Jirna. A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Aristil on his chest is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with a zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm chestnut-colored eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Jirna, servant of Aristil. Pleased to meet you. Aristil, often also known as Old Deadeye and the Stag God, is one of the oldest human gods still worshipped in the Inner Sea region and is concerned with family, farming, hunting, and trade. During the Age of Creation, Aristil was among the gods who battled Rovagug when he sought to destroy Galarian and who were eventually able to contain him in the Dead Vault at the planet's core. His religion dates back to before the Age of Darkness, when small farming communities and hunter-gatherers prayed to him for bountiful harvests and successful hunts. Legends claim that it was Old Deadeye himself who crafted the first bow and gifted it to humans to overcome the challenges of the world. Even as the accomplishments of civilization mount, Aristil continues to embrace and represent the simpler pleasures life has to offer. What are you doing? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power to me as yet. I am sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal, but there's a reason people say have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the Great Selwyn River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself, but I ended up staying in the city longer than I'd bargained. Chili Creek, where's that? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead dignified burial. And the world wound is a stone's throw away, so I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here on the bank of the river. Aren't you, a young and inexperienced cleric, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world. Or maybe even 100, why not? But I don't have time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous, especially if it's dangerous. Use the help of a cleric. Jirna makes a helpless gesture. Aristil knows I'd be glad to help you, but I'm no use. It's no use. My spells are depleted, and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. I have to go. May Aristil watch over you. I'm talking so much. I'm getting lightheaded. Goddamn. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He is as pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, I am Foreign Autumn Haze at your service. His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no signs of pain or fear in his gray eyes. Do you need help? After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer tended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them. Who are you? My name is Foreign Autumn Haze. I've come here from Kienan because I am a hunter and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that if you don't mind. We are strangers and of different races and cultures. I'd rather not tell you more than is necessary. The homeland of the elven race on Galarian Kieran was almost completely evacuated by the elves just before the fall of the Starstone. They only recently, by elven standards, returned to Galarian to reclaim their ancient homeland and have become an isolationist realm, allowing few non-elven visitors into their mist-shrouded capital, Iadara. Who wounded you? A sinner and accomplice to demons, the quarry I am hunting in this inhospitable place. You can trust me, I might be able to help you. It would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer. Who's your quarry? I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of Kaelessa. It pains me to admit there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Canabras, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared, and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued and couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark masters. Sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time. He purses his lips. There is no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world and other races, and we learn our lessons better than anyone. That goes for learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be more prepared for when we next meet. I wish to aid you. Born covers his eyes. I thank you, but this is my mission, and I'm used to facing all manners of terror on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kaelessa, take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped. The agate skin, the malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than elf at this point. What does she look like? Her skin is dark, her hair preternaturally white. Her red eyes can see perfectly in the dark, which, to my dismay, I've come to know from experience, but bright light causes her kind pain. I used an alchemical powder that explodes in a dazzling flash, and she cried out as if I had stabbed her. It's clear this woman is a faithful servant of darkness. The marks that Kaelessa's masters have left on her appearance say as much. I'd like to know more about you. Other people tend to believe that identity is the sum of a person's actions and the events that happen to them. For them, I am one of a long line of warriors of Kieran who, since his youth, has dedicated himself to hunting evil and injustice. For them, I am a successful and capable huntsman who has tracked down and slain a great many monsters. But I am an elf, and for me, my identity has a different meaning. It is shaped by the place where I was born, and I love so deeply. I am shaped by what I find beautiful and what makes my heart quicken, by the fears that come to me in the dead of the night, by the things I find so intolerable that at the sight of them, my very core darkens and fills with poison. Thus, to tell you who I am, I would require many days and much candor, which is more than you and I have at our disposal. I'm sweating. I'm reading so much I'm sweating. Holy shit. Why did you choose to be a hunter of evil? Because I am the son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When our crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our preeminence. I have to go. My goodness. Surrender thy soul, Delvin. Iomade, protect us. Haha, got you again. How many times is that today? Take your jokes and shove them, tiefling. Oh, easy there, chief. Don't hit me.
Hey, Chief! Ooh, hey, gorgeous. Come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
What was the deal with your shadow?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
I can't help you while you're chained up in here. How can I free you?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
All right.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
We'll talk later. Big shiny fella. Commander, look what we've got here. Are you two mad? Whatever possessed you to steal the gem golem from the Tower of Estrad Museum? Explain yourselves. We didn't steal nothing, Commander. We saw some looters dragging it down the street and recaptured it. Now this shiny fella is our trophy by rights. That shiny fella belongs to the treasury. That inlay alone is worth more than a castle. I really don't like the idea of leaving this thing unattended. Joran, see that no one lays so much a finger on this golem or plucks out a single gem, and the same goes for you two. Your new mission is to guard this shiny fella. God, the text moves fast for this one. It's cosmetic shit. A grizzled dwarf turns a blade in his calloused hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approaching, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod. A new face in the city. You picked a good time to come to Canabras. As you can see, we're in need of some warriors. You know everyone? By sight? Well, not everyone, but I make it my business to know the people who might need my services. A blacksmith work isn't just at the anvil, you know. It's hard not to notice your kind. ASMRs aren't all that common around here. Apart from Ramian, the prior of the Temple of Desna, a spiritual fellow, a bit woolly-headed. There's also that Count something or other, some muckety-muck, not the type to visit a smithy in person. Are you Snot Vane's brother? Yep, where he goes, I go. That's how we've always done it, even before the world wound. I forge the armor, he goes into battle and breaks it, he brings it back to me, and I repair it and make it better than before. Everything's changed since then, of course, but that part has stayed the same. How was Snot to blame for the fall of Dresden? I've told this story so many times. Well, telling it one more time won't kill me. Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking and the demon invasion would soon be at an end. The population of Old Sarkoris was thoroughly diminished, and many of them hoped to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all of our hopes, and on Mendev's ambitions, though you're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was. You can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Galfrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, a monument to its glory and a beacon of hope for all Galarian. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and they came from all over. Taldor, Garund, Tianzia. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there, the banner that had been carried into battle by Iomedae herself back when she was still human. That banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside its walls. As long as the banner was in its place, Dresden was invincible, or so we thought. The planet Galarian orbits a yellow sun in the far reaches of the material plane. Third of 11 in orbit, this blue planet contains vast oceans and lush green lands and is the perfect environment for countless cultures. Indeed, Galarian is the most populous planet in its solar system. Its innately hospitable and life-sustaining environment is presumably the work of the gods, so astronomers sometimes refer to Galarian as the child. Astronomers of other planets, however, refer to Galarian as the cage, in reference to its cosmic role as the prison of the mad god Rovagug, who lies bound at the world's core. The greatest Crusader relic, the Sword of Valor, is a banner once carried to battle by Iomedae herself. It is both a symbol and a powerful artifact which emits an aura that blocks demon powers. However, the banner only works this way in righteous hands. Hidden from the eyes of believers, it loses its properties. Then the world wound suddenly expanded. The demons launched a new onslaught, and folks started saying it was time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable until one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, that its rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honeyed words about glory and valor, and convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomedae herself, and the poor fool believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorized foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds, but for some reason the courageous ringleader was spared. A whole army teleported into Dresden, and it was a bloodbath. A demon-haunted wasteland that lies at the centermost reaches of central Avestan, the world wound is an unnatural blight. It is a rift to the abyss opened on the material plane. It appeared shortly after the death of the god Eridan at the beginning of the Age of Lost Omens, and it is probably the greatest threat to life on the face of Galarian. As you can guess, that officer was called Saunt in Vain, and the woman turned out to be a demon. Not just any demon, it was Vanago, that foul wretch. She's given us a lot of grief here in Canobras, too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with that beast, and why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. Who could have guessed it would end like this? I failed my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day looking at his plight. So that's the story. Do you recognize Radiance? Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. That's my brand, you see? Oh, Yaniel, things have been tough without you, but at least we've still got your sword. That's something. In battle, ordinary swords get blunted. They break. But sometimes a weapon can preserve. I think he meant persevere. A weapon can persevere. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm no authority on these things, but something like an echo of the deeds done on that weapon. Or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul? I don't know. I will say one thing. Take care of that sword. Yaniel may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see Radiance. Ah, the scabbard's all worn. We can't be having a fine sword like this being carried around in this tatty thing. I'll make you a new one if you like. If the city stands strong and we both survive, come see me again and I'll have it ready. No charge. Why do you have your forge here in the tavern yard? Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. A true master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, sure. But it's now just a pile of charred stone and metal. But I've still got my hands, and that means I can work. Show me your shit. Okay. Phew. All right, I'm gonna have to go grab a bite to eat and take a break. So I will be back in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Sorry. Well, shit. I hate to come back and then immediately go, so, I'm sorry. But I am gonna have to end the stream here, I think. Sorry. But thanks for stopping by and watching. I don't know when I'll stream again. I don't know if/when I'm gonna stream more of this. Not sure. So, anyway. Have a good day or good night, whatever it is, wherever you are, and I will see you later.